Again, in progress aboard the vehicle is a rotation of the telescope on the flight support system, the circular turntable in the back of the payload bay. And that is a 180-degree rotation currently in progress that takes about 12 minutes or so. One of the solar arrays has been rolled up, and the plan is to, once the telescope is completely rotated and the orbiter moves into sunrise again in about 30 to 35 minutes, is to begin the same process of retracting the secondary deploy mechanism for the other solar array. With the delay in rolling up the solar arrays, the upcoming mission status briefing that is scheduled for no earlier than 8 o'clock will probably likely be later than that based on the length of time it takes to roll the solar arrays up, and also based on when the next sunrise approaches, since that's at least 30 minutes from now. The plan is to conduct that mission status briefing after the solar arrays, the secondary deploy mechanisms have been completely rolled up, and the solar arrays are in the stowed position.
Endeavour Houston, we're with you on the west. Endeavour Houston, after rotation is complete plus 4 minutes, go back to DAP auto. We're heading off the tail. We may lose you.
After 4 minutes after rotation complete, we'll go back to auto. Gotcha.
Good readback. Endeavour Houston, if you check the cameras, one's getting hot. Endeavour Houston, no action on PDI decom.
Okay.
Endeavour Houston, DAP Auto, please. I'm sorry. Even as I spoke, I saw you do it.
That's all right. I was a little late, so you caught me.
Endeavour Houston.
Yes, sir.
Two quick items for you, Covey. We would like you to terminate the FES dump at sunrise. We're going to have to dump overnight. We're not going to get dumped out what we need between now and sleep, and we're seeing that it's a slightly propulsive effect, especially with these free drift periods. It's going to push us too far out of attitude. So go ahead and terminate the FES dump at sunrise. Oh, and the other thing was we were going to wait only 6 minutes after sunrise to start the STM retraction as opposed to the 18 we anticipated with this wing.
Okay, I understand. Terminate the FES supply water dump at sunrise and expect that you'll begin the retraction of the solar array at 6 minutes after sunrise.
That is correct, Covey, and we will be awaiting your go at that 6 minute point.
Okay, well, we know that one of the arrays is going to be severely twisted, so I guess we just want to make sure it's the minimal that we've seen.
Assuming it's similar to what we've seen in the past, Covey, 6 minutes has been determined to be adequate.
Okay. just for our bookkeeping, are we going to need an IMU alignment this evening?
Negative.
Thanks. Houston, while we've got some time here, can y'all give us a status on how our prompt usage has been against your predicted?
We'll get you some data on that, Covey. Also, you go for your item 40H at your convenience. Endeavour Houston, one timeline note for you. We do not expect that the final rotation of the telescope back to the berth position will be required tonight. We think we're in fine shape to start the EVA tomorrow. Note, however, that the pivot will be required.
Okay, I understand. Once we successfully get the other solar array retracted, that we will have to pivot back up, but we will have no rotations.
Good read back, Covey. Endeavour Houston, free drift, please.
Roger, Houston, we're free drift.
That call to the crew to put the orbiter jets or inhibit the orbiter jets, make sure that none of the thruster jets fire.
Yeah, Greg, we're ready for the cryo O2 here, and manifold valve can take whenever you got it.
Even as you speak, Eagle's bringing it to me. It is panel R1, cryo O2 H2, tank 2, heaters Alpha and Bravo, 4 switches to auto. Cryo O2 and H2, tank 1, heaters Alpha and Bravo, 4 switches to off, OFF. Cryo O2 and H2, manifold valve, tank 2, 2 switches to close, talkback close. Panel A15.
And that's complete, I think.
Okay, and one more. On panel A15, cryo O2, tank 5, heater Bravo off.
And that's complete.
The orbiter is now in free drift to allow the Space Telescope Operations Control Center to slew the plus V2 wing. That's the solar array that's getting ready to be rolled up, making sure it's in the proper position in preparation for that retraction procedure. Again, that procedure should start about 6 minutes after the orbiter moves into sunrise, which is should be in about 24 minutes.
Endeavour Houston, the latching slew is underway.
Roger.
Endeavour Houston, one update for you, reference Covey's question on prop usage. You've been pretty close to right on the predicts since grapple. Your aft margin is 613 pounds and forward is 700.
Okay, thanks, Greg.
Endeavour Houston, DAP Auto, please.
Tap auto.
Endeavour Houston, we would like to postpone your PMC until after the solar array is retracted, if that's all right with you.
Are you afraid it might make us sill? We can do that, Houston.
Endeavour Houston, 1 minute early handover.
Roger.
Endeavour Houston with you on the east.
Craig, I have some words for the EVA guys.
We're listening.
They're probably feeling lonesome. We haven't forgotten them. Post-EVA is all complete. We have EMUs 1 and 2 in the middeck. They're full of water, have fresh LiO. Their batteries are recharging in the middeck. EMUs 3 and 4 in the airlock. Battery charge check is complete, and we're buttoning them up for the night.
We copy all that, KT. You guys do good work.
You wouldn't believe what it looks like on the middeck right now.
Oh, yeah, I'd believe it.
Yeah, I tried going down twice, Greg, and every time I come right back up.
This is Mission Control Houston.
There's no windows down there anyways.
The orbiter Endeavour has just moved into sunrise, and we'll be waiting for about 6 minutes or so to begin the process of retracting the other solar array.
We're listening, Sox. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wondered if you guys are still configured for a Mode 2 downlink down there.
That is affirmative.
Okay, just for the ESC guys' information, I sent some Mode 3 a little while ago. I wanted to know that just in case it might mess up future downlinks.
We copy, Sox. Thank you.
I sent about 6 pictures from yesterday.
The plan in place now for the mission status briefing is to conduct that briefing around 9:30 this morning based on our opportunities here to retract the second of the 2 solar arrays. We don't expect it, if it slips much past that, not to slip too much, as the opportunity to retract the solar array is only during the daylight pass on this orbit.
Endeavour Houston, we have good elbow camera.
Roger, and Greg, that's not what's called out for the solar array retraction, but we think it gives the best view of what we're going to see.
We heartily agree.
Endeavour for EVA.
Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, you can tell the EVA guys that all the power tools that were used, the battery's been changed out, and all tools have been retested for tomorrow.
We copy that. You didn't have to rewire any of them, did you?
Not yet, although the one that was faltering on story, we're trying to figure out how to get inside one of those.
Okay, we copy.
Just to clarify that, I don't know if you picked up during the EVA, but both power tools, even the one after Jeff swapped batteries out, we think it probably wasn't the battery. It's just they go at different speeds and slow down intermittently for no apparent reason. It's not increased torque. They just don't run at a smooth speed, but they're still working.
That's true of both of them, Tom?
That's correct.
Okay, we understand. Thank you. Roger that, Covey. And Covey, just to verify, you are go for STM retraction at this time?
Yes, affirmative.
Okay, we'll put it in work. We need free drift.
Going free.
Stand by on the free drift call, Covey. Sorry.
Well, I'm already there. You want me to go back to auto?
Negative, stay where you are.
Okay.
The orbiter is now in free drift to prevent any thruster firings or jet firings that may cause movement to the telescope or the solar array. Endeavour just skirting down the western tip of Central America on the 48th orbit of the mission, 49th orbit of the mission.
30 seconds to motion.
Roger. We're stopping at item 8.
We copy.
Okay, Houston. It was bringing the bi-stem in, kind of in chunks. It looked like, and then it finally got to the big kink, and it jammed up a little bit, and we started getting the slack blanket.
Okay, Covey, we copy.
It was still sucking it in at the time we stopped. It looked like.
Endeavour Houston, if we could get the best view you can give us of the root of the bistem where it exits the cassette, I'd appreciate that. We'd all appreciate that. That may be out of the end effector camera.
Okay, we'll try end effector camera. If that's not good enough for you, maybe we can maneuver the arm to get a real good, get in closer with the elbow camera.
That'd be great too.
This is Mission Control Houston. This view is of the end effector camera on the end of the robot arm. The crew stopped the retraction process as the motion of the primary deploy mechanism began to get about 12 degrees or so out of its downwardly stowed position. So the crew stopped the motion. At this time, the payload community is off looking at the option in terms of whether to proceed or not based on what we can take a look at with the cameras aboard Endeavour.
Endeavour Houston, no action on the PDI decom. Endeavour Houston, that's a good view. Leave it right there, please.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, the events that have transpired are the array is currently has stopped in terms of rolling up the secondary deploy mechanism, and the folks in the flight control room and the Hubble Space Telescope project management is off discussing what the next course of action to take. So right now we're basically in a holding pattern until the a decision's made on which way to go, whether to continue with the retraction process or to wait in this position overnight. We have until the orbiter moves into darkness again before we have to call it a day in terms of what course of action to take, and that's another 40 minutes or so. So there's at this point there's plenty of time to assess the situation and make a decision, and that's what the team's off doing right now.
Endeavour Houston, if we could get a video image of the spreader bar on the port side, the buckled side, we'd appreciate it.
Okay, we'll get you one. something different than this elbow camera view, let us know.
Okay, we will do that, Covey.
This is Mission Control Houston. The folks here in the flight control room and the Hubble Space Telescope project team has been off in a meeting discussing on one of the loops the plan, and the plan appears to be coming together, and we should be notifying the crew of what our options are in terms of the rest of today and how we expect to operate for tonight's EVA to change out the solar arrays.
Endeavour Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Okay, Covey, what we'd like to do is leave the solar array alone. We will not be doing any further retraction tonight. You can plan on doing a jettison of that tomorrow morning. We do want to see how the array responds to DAP control given this current configuration. So we'd like you to load your overnight attitude. That's the bottom of 3-20. Called out about 3 hours, 50 minutes. That's the minus ZLV. That's actually plus YVV. But the attitude as written is correct. Before you execute the maneuver, we would like you to give us a camera view of the whole array. Then load the attitude and go DAP auto and do the maneuver. I'll copy.
Okay, plan a jettison in AM and go to a maneuver. The one that's on 3 hours 50 minutes, page 3-20, after the camera view.
It's good copy. ahead, Story.
Do you know yet what kind of jettison you're thinking about, and whether we're just going to go jettison and then put the new arrays on versus non-RMS handling of solar arrays?
We are talking about that, Story. I'll get you words as soon as we have them.
Thanks. And Houston, Greg, just one question to make sure I'm clear on this. Do we want to pivot the telescope back up before we go back and do our maneuver?
That's not required, Covey. We will eventually do the pivot, but we'd like to do the maneuver now while we have sunlight to watch the response of the array.
Okay, I've got it loaded up. If y'all like it, I'm ready to go to auto.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, there's auto.
This is Mission Control Houston. Commander Dick Covey now putting the orbiter through a maneuver, and this will give us an opportunity to watch whether there's any motion that's imparted to the solar array during this maneuver. One of the outstanding issues was to observe the solar array in this condition to ensure that it would be stable throughout the crew's sleep period this afternoon or this evening. Again, the teams off looked at the condition of the solar array, and the decision came back to leave it the way it is and plan on a jettison of the solar array first thing tomorrow morning. The plan that will be put into place is exactly what procedure to do in terms of how to jettison that array.
We're going to go off the nose during part of this maneuver.
Roger.
Several reasons were made in terms of deciding on how to handle this, in terms of whether to continue trying to roll the array up or to leave it this way. The bistem that had a kink in it as it approached the secondary drive mechanism in the center of the array began to twist and actually split, and so part of the decision process was that concern arose as to whether that bistem would stay together or break and create a sharp edge that the crew would have to deal with during the spacewalk. So the team decided that the prudent thing to do would be to leave the array this way. It's in a condition that we understand and that we actually trained for. The crew trained for during one of its joint integrated sims pre-flight. In fact, that sim ended with the jettison of a solar array because it could not be retracted, and our EVA officer here in Mission Control, Jim Thornton, reported that this was almost exactly the condition we trained for, and it's a very understandable situation. And the most prudent thing to do would be to leave it in this condition overnight, jettison first thing, and then change out the solar arrays, replacing them with the new solar arrays that are mounted on the solar array carrier in the forward part of the payload bay. Endeavour is just approaching the southern tip of Africa. In fact, the coastline coming into view now. This is the last portions of the 49th orbit of the mission as the orbiter makes its way from the west to the east across the southern tip of the continent. Here in the flight control room, the next shift of flight controllers is in the room planning to take a half-hour to an hour-long handover before taking over control of the flight, doing the replanning necessary for tonight's spacewalk to change out the solar array.
Endeavour Houston, if you could tell us how many blanket sections are still deployed.
It looks like 3 2/3 are deployed.
Okay, we copy. Thanks.
Right about 75%.
Roger.
Based on the decisions made, the mission status briefing will be conducted at 9:45 this morning Central Time, and that will include the lead flight director for this mission, Milt Heflin, who is still in the control room and should be winding up the shift shortly when we hand over to the planning team.
Endeavour Houston, for your planning, we'd like to do the PMC at 6 hours even.
Okay.
Endeavour Houston, we see you in attitude. Your go to pivot to 90.
Roger, I understand we can pivot to 90 in this position, and we'll do that.
And Endeavour Houston, we're 1 minute to handing down to Diego.
Roger.
Crew aboard Endeavour has been given a go to, now that the orbiter is back in proper attitude, to pivot the telescope back up to a straight up position, a 90-degree position. It has been tilted forward slightly, about 15 degrees or so, to support the solar array retraction procedures that have been ongoing for the last several hours. Recapping the events of the last several hours, the one of the solar arrays retracted to the full retraction mode, and it is fully retracted and ready for change out tomorrow. The other array, the one that had some damage to it on one of the outer bistems, retracted about 25% or so. And stopped, and at that point the team went off and evaluated the situation, and based on what the crew was sending down from the cameras aboard the orbiter, which showed that bistem where the kink was, or the bend in the bistem, the bistem had actually split, and the final decision was to leave it the way it is, perform a jettison procedure, a manual jettison procedure tomorrow. That would be the first step in the change out of the solar arrays. That jettison procedure, as laid out and as trained for, would have the solar array be disconnected, and Kathy Thornton, riding on the end of the robot arm, would attach a handhold to the array and basically hold it up above her head and release it while the orbiter did a small, something on the order of 2 foot per second separation burn. This procedure was exactly as trained on one of our joint integrated sims, a full-up test of the mission in which we practiced this exact same procedure, and the team felt very comfortable that the array and the situation it was in is ready to support that plan.
Your go for that, Covey.
Okay.
The crew is well into its pre-sleep activities now, and here in the flight control room, the planning team is wrapping up its handover and will shortly take over the watch of Endeavour during the crew's sleep cycle. The planning team is also responsible for doing just that, doing replanning of the crew's flight plan, and so that's what the planning team will do tonight, is this afternoon, is to plan for the change in the flight plan to include the jettison first of that solar array. Part of the decision process in deciding to jettison the array was, as mentioned before, it was practiced and it's a well-known plan that has been trained for, as well as the split in the bistem, which some thought it might break and cause a sharp edge that the crew would have to deal with, and And in the spacesuits out in the payload bay, that's obviously a concern. And so the decision was that the prudent thing to do would be to stop where we were and leave that overnight and perform a jettison procedure first thing in the morning or tonight with the second spacewalk that will be conducted by Kathy Thornton and Tom Akers. The first spacewalk today lasted for 7 hours and 54 minutes. That's the second longest spacewalk in United States manned space program history. The spacewalk today was conducted by Jeff Hoffman and Story Musgrave. All of the tasks were accomplished. The only issue was the length of time it took to close the protective doors over the star trackers and the rate sensor units. Once those doors were completely latched, the crew was able to conclude the spacewalk and move back into the crew compartment. But all of the tasks were completed. The commands sent from the Space Telescope Operations Control Center show that all of the electrical paths were made, and in fact the rate gyro assemblies, the rate sensor units, each made up of 2 gyroscopes, are all in working condition. It's now fully operational in terms of having complete redundancy on each of the 3 rate sensor units.
Antenna cable positioning.
That's firm, Covey. We want you to go ahead and do that at your convenience.
Roger, we're going to get it now. Houston, we're going to ignore the PID com fail unless you tell us otherwise.
Roger that. Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, on the mid-deck battery charger, we hooked the 2 suit batteries up first to battery charger serial number 2. Both of the green ready lights came on, but only one of the power red lights came on. We took them off and hooked them to the other battery charger, which seems to be working fine.
Copy that, Jeff. Leave the configuration as it is, and we'll think about it.
Right, like I said, the green ready light came on for about 5 seconds. The red light on one side never came on.
We understand. Say again, Endeavour.
The pivot's complete. We'll stay in free drift for 4 minutes after end of travel.
Okay, Story, we copy. Endeavour Houston for Jeff. We'd like to get a signature from you of the green lights for serial number 2 when you were doing that charging.
When you say signature, what do you mean? I mean, they both came on for about 5 seconds or so and then went off just like they're supposed to.
That's what we were after, Jeff. That's enough. Thanks.
Incidentally, all the green lights have been extremely bright, contrary to the one that we saw back home. They look more like the training units than the flight unit that we saw.
We copy that.
Aboard Endeavour, the Space Telescope now back up at 90 degrees straight up in the back of the payload bay. The robot arm is being maneuvered to the extended park position. That's the position that it will remain in overnight while the crew sleeps. The crew's about an hour away from going to bed. Here in the flight control room, the planning team is wrapping up its handover and will shortly take over control of the flight. The planning team will be making adjustments to the crew's next flight day when the crew wakes up. That will include the solar array jettison procedure mentioned earlier that will have Kathy Thornton on the robot arm.
Houston, we're going to configure for PMC, and then we'll have a couple of closing comments for you once we come back up with you.
Okay, and we're ready for PMC.
Again, the replanning efforts for tomorrow will include the jettison procedure that will have Kathy Thornton on the end of the robot arm attach a handhold to the solar array and then basically hold it up above her head, release it without imparting any movement to the solar array, and then the orbiter crew will conduct a 2 foot per second separation burn. The only other change in tomorrow's schedule will be the manual stow of the other solar array, which is now in the it's completely stowed in terms of the secondary deploy mechanism. What remains is to fold that array up against the telescope, and that will be done manually tomorrow by the crew. Other than that, the change out of the solar arrays should not be any different than what was pre-flight planned and in the crew's EVA or extravehicular activity checklist. Again, all activities on the first EVA were completed as planned. The first EVA, while going about almost 2 hours longer than planned, those extra 2 hours were primarily devoted to attempts and the final successfully closing of the protective doors around the aft shroud area where the rate sensor units were located. All other tasks on the first EVA day, today's tasks, were completed successfully, and all of that equipment has been checked and verified in good working order. Again, the planning team will be taking over control of the flight shortly, and the crew is scheduled to go to bed in about an hour. With that all in place, the mission status briefing is scheduled to be conducted at 9:45 this morning, and that will be conducted from the Johnson Space Center and include lead flight director for this mission, Milt Heflin. In addition to lead flight director Milt Heflin, the briefing will include Ken Ledbetter, who is the HST program manager, and also Dr. David Lacrone, who is the HST senior scientist. And those three gentlemen will be taking part in that briefing again at 9:45 this morning Central Time.
Endeavour Houston, back with you. We've got a couple final comments.
Okay, Greg, I'm here, ready to listen.
Just a couple of quickies, Covey. We need you to restart the FES water dump. That's, again, 5-9 in the orbit ops, and we'll let that dump overnight. It should deplete about one water tank. We didn't get a chance to dump as much as we'd hoped earlier, and this will put us in fine shape tomorrow. The other thing we wanted to make sure you're clear on when you're thinking about your EVA activities is we are thinking along the lines of the jettison, using the jettison handle, and that would be KT, obviously, on the MFR doing that. So if you haven't already, you might pull that procedure. That's 4-17 in the deploy checklist. We are looking at one possible mod to the procedure that would do norm Z SEP, that would optimize or minimize, I should say, the prop usage. Beyond those couple of things, we have nothing else for you. We're going to let you hit the sack as soon as you can. And I want to reiterate to you, the feeling down here is one of great satisfaction for a tremendous job today. We are very proud of the work that you all did, and we are very confident in the continued success of the mission. Everything is going great, and tomorrow's going to be another great day.
Okay, Greg, we appreciate all those comments. I'm glad you clarified how we were going to handle the jettison. We were talking about it, and we're certainly hoping that we weren't going to get into a no RMS solar array change-out. Sounds like we're not going to. That's good. We understand the jettison procedure is the one that's in the book, and that there may be a modification for norm Z if y'all can figure out how to do that.
Roger that. Good readback. Sleep well.
Okay, and just general comment on today. We all knew that EVA Day 1 was going to be a long and exciting day from the standpoint of starting the EVAs, but also from the fact that we had the solar array retractions here at the end of the day. We on board feel very good about the way the day went, and we think we know where we're going to go tomorrow, and are confident that by tomorrow this time, Hubble's going to have 2 fine new solar arrays on, and we'll talk with y'all then.
Roger that, Covey, and we'll look forward to talking to you tomorrow.
A long day for you guys, too.
Yeah, not so bad.
Our next television event on NASA Select will be our daily mission status briefing. Today, the briefing will be conducted by Milt Heflin, who is our STS-61 lead flight director, and he will be joined by Ken Ledbetter, who is the HST program manager, and Dave Lectron, who is the HST project scientist. That briefing is scheduled to start about 9:45 a.m. This is Mission Control Houston. Our next television event will be the mission status briefing. It was scheduled to start at 9:45, but our lead flight director, Milt Heflin, is still in the process of wrapping up his shift and releasing the Orbit 2 flight controllers. So that briefing will probably be delayed a few moments. The oncoming shift here in the Flight Control Center is the planning shift, and this is the team that will be fine-tuning the plan for tomorrow and for our second extravehicular activity. That activity will include a spacewalk by Kathy Thornton and Tom Akers that will start off with the jettison of the solar array that was not completely rolled up this afternoon. After that, Kathy Thornton and Tom Akers will then proceed with the change out of the two solar arrays. At the completion of that particular activity, we will still have 3 more spacewalks scheduled for this flight. Kathy Thornton and Tom Akers will go out again on flight day number 7, and Jeff Hoffman and Story Musgrave will go out on flight days 6 and 8. We're at a mission elapsed time of 3 days, 6 hours, and 16 minutes. This is Mission Control.
Endeavour with some last words for the planning ship you could pass to them.
Landing ship's here, Covey. Go ahead.
Hey, we get you on both ends today, maybe. Hey, Carl, turns out the TIPS has been waking up people on the mid-deck when it starts coming up, and we were wondering if y'all could wait till after wake up to send it tomorrow.
We'll certainly do that. Thanks for the words.
Okay, thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston. Our next television event on NASA Select will be a mission status briefing. That mission status briefing will include Milt Heflin, who's our STS-61 lead flight director, Ken Ledbetter, who's the HST program manager, and Dave Lacrone, who is the HST project scientist. That briefing will begin as soon as we have all our players in place in the briefing room here at the Johnson Space Center.
Well, good morning. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for your patience. We're here to talk about another busy day in space. With us is Milt Heflin, lead flight director for this mission. We're also joined by Ken Ledbetter, the Hubble program manager, and Dr. Dave LaCrone, the senior project scientist for Hubble. As is our custom, we'll start with statements, then take your questions. Why don't we start with Milt?
Okay, Brian, thanks. EVA Day 1 is complete, and we set out to change out the array gyros, electronic control units, and fuse plugs, and that was 100% successful. We intended to prepare the solar array carrier for the solar array changeout tomorrow. We got that done. As you probably followed, we had some problems closing the aft shroud door that closed up the rate gyros. But we hung around long enough to get that job completed. And so as far as the plan today, the servicing that we intended to do for today, it was 100% successful. Then of course we stepped into the object of getting the solar arrays ready for tomorrow. And as you saw, we got one of the solar arrays retracted fine. It took a little while to do that. And then we had the problem with the other array, and we've left it that way. It was interesting as we were going through the solar array retraction, in that we ended up doing almost exactly what we had trained for during the second simulation that we did. In fact, I have to, it's interesting today, back in the room here is the lead simulation supervisor, Brian Austin, and Steve Potter from the training area. And these two gentlemen, along with their team, trained us for this flight. We've recently selected Brian Austin as a flight director, so he'll be in training for that. But it was incredible because during the second training simulation for this flight, Brian and his team had a balky solar array the first time with microswitch problems, and we had to reset the mechanism that drove in the array and start over and several times to get it rolled up. So we did that. And then a little more devious, Brian decided that we would not be able to get the second array rolled up, and we'd have to jettison it the next day. So we have trained for this. And as a matter of fact, due to that training simulation, we took the procedures that we had and polished them up as best as we could and got them ready for the flight. And so I found that to be, Brian walked in the room today when this was going on, and I told him it was time to, we've learned this before, there's no reason to have to repeat it again. So we are planning tomorrow to get into the solar array changeout tomorrow. And just to briefly tell you what that will be, it will start with Kathy Thornton, KT we call her. We'll go out and we will do what we have two methods to jettison an array. One is to do it manually, and one is to put a grapple fixture on it and let the grapple fixture hold an array out to one side, and then put on a new array without the RMS. And the decision point there has to do with the condition of the array that you're going to jettison. And it's been determined, as you can probably imagine, that the array, the condition of the array that we have right now, it's no longer considered a good array. So therefore, we don't have to worry about hanging on to it before we put on the new arrays. So the plan would be to attach a fixture handle onto the array. And then KT will be taken high above the orbiter on the mechanical arm, and she will let go, and we will separate away from the array.
Excuse me, sir, but is KT going to be the one that puts the handle on?
Jay, why don't we get into that when we go into questions, okay?
Well, yes, she will be on the MFR, and she will be the one that puts the handle on and handles the array. And so that's, then once that's done, once the array's been jettisoned, then we fall right back into the rest of the day being the procedures we have in place to install the new arrays. So that's a long, brief statement.
for another long, brief statement, Mr. Ledbetter.
Thanks. Well, as you might expect, the payload folks were pretty happy with the results of EVA-1. We got everything accomplished that we had planned to get accomplished, and in fine fashion. We think the crew did an excellent job. And I even know now where I can get a couple of guys to help me fix my wife's hutch, whose doors don't quite close and latch. I'd like to just walk through briefly some of the activities. I might say that, I know you guys are interested in this, the control room broke out in applause 3 times during this last shift. Once when we confirmed the 6 gyros were on and working. The second time when they succeeded in closing the half shroud doors. And the third time was when the first solar array completed its roll-up. The first activity that we did was the rate sensor units. We opened the doors in the aft shroud, the lower doors underneath the wide field planetary camera box, which was the white rectangle on the screen. Underneath that was the doors we opened for this particular changeout. If we can have the first image in store, I selected some images from closeout photos. This is what it looks like in the side with the doors open, and the RSUs that changed out were, of course, in the upper right and the upper left, and you saw that during the activity. That went fairly well, of course, until we tried to close the doors, and I'll come back to that in a moment. The second thing that we did was Jeff Hoffman went off to make the ECU, the electronic control unit box, change out for the gyros, while Story went to work on the preps for the solar arrays over in the solar array carrier. The next slide shows the ECU boxes. Again, this is a closeout photo of the 3 ECU boxes. We changed 2 out of 3 of those boxes in this particular change out. That was a separate bay. That was bay 10. Again, here was the lower bay that the aft shroud where we changed out the RSUs, and bay 10 was around on this side. The panels, of course, were in a horizontal position. And so we were up just underneath the panels, opening this door. And that went extremely smoothly. In fact, most of us in the control room were all still trying to figure out what to do about the door, how to get the door latched, when Jeff went off to make the change out. And before we knew it, he was finished with the ECU change out. So that went very, very well. Then when that was finished, he went around to do the fuse plugs, and they were around on the other side in bay 4, inside the door in bay 4. And the next photograph and still store shows the door open, and the boxes. There are 4 boxes on the door. You can see those. Each one of those 4 boxes has 3 fuse plugs. And if we go to the next chart, it's a close-up of one of the boxes, and you can see that each box has 3 cylinders sticking out of it. They're a little larger than an old vacuum tube in an old TV. And there's 3 of those, one for the instruments, one for the gyros, and then one for essentially everything else in the spacecraft. And we changed out both the instruments and the gyro fuses. And so there's 2 of those in each of the 3 boxes, each of the 4 boxes that were there. So we changed 8 fuse plugs totally. And again, that went very well. Doors opened and closed with no problem there. While that was going on, while Jeff was working the fuse plugs and Story was continuing the solar array preps, the ground team was building a procedure for them to use to try to latch the doors. Let me show you what the latch looks like. This over to this side. We went and secured the latch off the water training facility here at Johnson, the tank. So this is not a flight latch, but it's functionally very similar to the flight latch. And we can show it over here. It's got the bolt which swings out. This of course is on one door. This is on the other door, and you simply swing this into place, and then they put their power tool on the bolt and tighten it down, and it locks up. What was happening is that the doors were not completely closing, and therefore when they tried to do this came down about 1 centimeter short of being able to fall into this gap. The shank of this was about 1 centimeter short from falling into the gap, and they couldn't tighten it down. Now, why this happened, some speculation. One theory is that once the doors were open, and these doors are fairly thin, aluminum and some composite material, when the doors are open, and as long as they were open, they are both in thermally different environments. And I'm not sure whether one was in the sun or not, but certainly reflection from Earth would be different. Any reflected light would be different, because now that the edges of the doors that were formerly close together are now separated by several feet. You know, one being around here and one being around here on the spacecraft. So they became thermally different, and any expansion or contraction due to that change would have made them differ from each other. So when the doors were closed, they didn't quite match up. When we elected to leave the doors closed, let them stand as they were and go off and work the other tasks and come back later, it gave them a chance for the temperatures to reach an equilibrium. And it was a little bit easier for them to get back and latch it. But even with that, they had to put some additional pressure on the doors to get them lined up so that this would fall into place, and they were able to get the tool onto the bolt and tighten it down. So we're pleased with that. It went well. That's closed off, and there should be no reason to get back into that bay. We did run the aliveness test on the gyros, and that aliveness test involves power to the gyros and spinning the gyros up, getting motor currents down, and that all went as expected. There is a functional test planned over our night, your day, which will verify the connection to the backup computer and will verify connection to other parts, other safing algorithms, safing components, and the full functionality of the gyros. But we feel like we're fairly confident with today's aliveness test that we're in pretty good shape with gyros, and it's nice to see 6 working again and 6 motor currents coming down in telemetry. Solar array preps went fine. There were no problems there, and that's set up for tomorrow. And that essentially completed the change out. I want to talk for just a brief moment about the latch. There is another couple of slides on the screen, or in the store, if we could get those on the screen. These are the 2 doors that go into that aft shroud. If we can go to the next slide now. And that's an actual photograph from the electronic still camera on board that shows this mismatched condition of the bolts. You can see that the right-hand door is slightly higher than the left-hand door, and you can see the bolt that is in the open position there that failed to latch when it was swung around. EVA was finished, crew went in, and of course then we attempted to roll out the solar arrays, or roll in the solar arrays, solar array 1. Solar array 1, which one went in first, minus wing or plus wing? The minus wing went in first, and it went in. It did stop a couple of times. There's a micro switch that we have had some difficulty with before that apparently triggered the micro switch that's back in the cassette, back in the hub area of the solar arrays, that a couple of times detected where it thought that the arrays were rolled up and stopped the process. We sent the command again, and it continued to roll up, and it rolled right in with no problem. The second array, of course, you know, we got to the point where the infamous kink that you saw the other day, and we stopped. Actually, the crew stopped it before the onboard system did. We didn't want to cause any further damage, so the crew stopped that, and we assessed the situation, and it looks like, unless somebody changes their mind overnight, the plan is to go ahead and discard that solar array tomorrow and proceed with EVA2 and changing out the second 2 solar arrays. And that's all I have. I'll turn it over to Dave.
Well, I have a brief opening statement. Just after the EVA was over and I was walking down the hall and encountered Milt, and we were chatting, and I couldn't help but think and comment to him that Jeff and Story today have definitely earned their Dr. Goodwrench certificates, and Service Station Endeavour has qualified for a AAA rating. We have 6 good gyros, as has been discussed. I have to emphasize this is very good news for science. Although we don't have optics involved here or anything of that sort, we desperately need our gyros in the observatory to accurately point to targets and to move from one place in the sky to the other, and also they contribute to the stabilization of the pointing of the telescope. So we're dead in the water without 3 working gyros, and we now have 6, so we've completely restored, we believe, pending, of course, the outcome of these overnight aliveness tests, or functional tests, but we believe we've completely restored the original degree of redundancy we had prior to launch in the original design of HST. And in addition, all of the gyros now have the later technology hybrid circuitry in them, which was a potential source of failure in earlier generation gyros. So we believe we will leave the observatory with a very robust capability in this area. All I can say in addition to that is that we've had 3 outstanding days on this mission so far with launch and catch up, or is it 4 now? I've lost track. I'm not even sure if it's day or night outside. With the successful launch and rendezvous and capture of HST, and then the first EVA going so splendidly, and we couldn't have asked for more.
Okay, thanks. We're going to take questions here in Houston. Wait for the mic, give your affiliation. Let's start here on the corner.
This is Dan Feldstein with the Houston Post for MILT. And part of earning their Dr. Goodwrench ratings earlier today, the 2 spacewalkers both, I don't want to say overruled, but had strong opinions about doing things differently on that door that ultimately succeeded in getting it closed. Did that make you nervous at all? And what's kind of the final protocol? Who has the final say on that?
Well, as a matter of fact, I'm glad to see that, and I always emphasize that in any crews that I work with, and a lot of us do. We had, quite frankly, we were getting close to giving up on the door because we wanted to do useful work, as we kind of said. We wanted to get on and do something. Sometimes there's a tendency to, if it may take a while to get everybody going in the same direction, just because there are a lot of people involved. But the best people to assess that situation are the people on the scene. And I was ecstatic when Story emphasized that he thought that he could take a device and sort of build a handhold that he could react against while he tried to push and exert some forces on the bottom of the door, and that's great. It takes both the ground and the crew, and it's pleasing to me that it operates that way. That's the way it should be, and that doesn't make me nervous. That's the best way for it to operate.
Okay, next.
Stephen Young with Astronomy Now magazine. A question for Milt. On the jettison of the array, could you perhaps talk us through the timeline? How long is it going to take?
Stephen, we think, and this is kind of preliminary, going into the flight, we thought that having to jettison one array manually would probably add something like 30 minutes to the overall task. You're taking, there's a trade, you're taking one array off, and instead of now going back down to the solar array carrier and having to stow it, you're going to release it. And so there's a little bit of a trade there. We think it could be perhaps a 30-minute hit, but that's going to be just fine. It'll be the first thing that we do. There are some daily setup tasks that we'll do, but the first thing that we will do is go jettison that array. KT will have a handle that she'll put on the array. It'll be taken up high, up on the orbiter. We will be in an attitude that's basically, see if I can describe this to you. Basically, it's the belly of the orbiter will be going in the velocity, the way we're going, with the tail of the orbiter down to the Earth, and so she'll be letting go of the array sort of behind us, and then we'll do a maneuver that will, in essence, take the orbiter up. And as it goes up, in altitude a little bit, it will end up getting to where it will start falling behind the array. We'll do a very small separation maneuver.
Next question, right there.
Yeah, Paul Hoverston, USA Today. Dave, how long will it take this jettisoned array to burn up in atmospheric reentry?
I was late coming into the room because I anticipated that question, and we had a calculation done up at Goddard this morning, nominally 1 year to re-enter and burn up.
We also did an assessment, and that's about the same, as a matter of fact.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, yeah.
Rick Feinberg, Sky and Telescope. Are the latches on the doors to the HSP CoStar area and the GHRS area the same as the latches to to the rate gyro area? And if so, do you have any plans to do things differently there?
The latches are similar, but the doors are significantly thicker. It's a thicker door, a more rigid door, and we don't anticipate the same kinds of problems. But the latches are very similar, yes.
Again, on the doors, in all of the contingency planning that you did and the hundreds of different possibilities that you looked at, was this kind of a scenario with the latches something that ever came up?
You want to comment?
No, go ahead.
It turns out we have a written, documented contingency plan that follows rather closely what Jeff and Story did. I am embarrassed to say, however, that they proceeded without our pulling out that plan and referring to it. We only found out after the fact that they had obviously learned it very well.
But if you stop and think about it, it makes sense. I mean, it's a fairly, the problem is just trying to zip the thing up. I mean, so it doesn't, you don't have to get too exotic, and that's precisely what they did. And I'm proud to say they didn't need us.
Other questions? Yeah, third row.
Scott Pelley from CBS News. Mr. Ledbetter, we've had a couple of small anomalies already. Are these the kinds of things that we should expect to see throughout the mission, little hitches here and there? And what does that tell you about the flexibility of having man in space in this case?
Flexibility is very important for this kind of a mission. Today was challenging for two reasons. One, because it was the first day, and getting out the first day, exercising the flight crew and the flight team on the ground both is important to get that one under your belt. And second, because it had a number of different tasks, as you saw, a whole variety of tasks throughout all around the orbiter, and it was important to go accomplish those. Well, if you've got a variety of tasks, you've got a variety of places where things can happen that may not be quite nominally. And we saw a couple of those happen today, one actually during the EVA and then one right after. I think they're fairly typical. I think we'll run into similar problems that we'll have to think about for a few minutes, maybe try it a little different way, put a little more muscle power into it perhaps and make it work. I think it should be fairly typical of the days, and if it is, that's great because we accomplished 100% of our objectives for the day.
May I follow up on that? If I
Wait
could?
for the mic, please. Go ahead.
Obviously, these were somewhat anticipated, but if you'll allow me, unexpected problems. And yet the astronauts were able to improvise, devise ways around them. What can we expect in the future days in that regard? I mean, having human beings up there seems to make all the difference.
Yes, I think that's true. I think that's been proven in the past that man in space can do improvise tasks that perhaps we hadn't thought of on the ground and you can't accomplish any other way. Now, for the 97 mission, we are looking at the possibility of taking up a robotic arm. Hasn't been decided yet, might be 99 also, but we're looking at the possibility of a robotic arm as an assist to the manned tasks. I don't think it would ever be able to replace the manned task completely.
Let me add something, if I can, to that. I've always looked at this flight as the first servicing mission for this for the HST, and that I've always considered this an experiment, and this is the first part of the experiment. We've never serviced a telescope before. We put together a team down here and a team up there to be able to react to any situation. We've encouraged the folks to be able to react without saying, "Mother, may I?" Keep us informed. If we have any good ideas, we'll pass it on to them. And clearly, I mean, we've done this many times in this business. Take Intelsat, for example. Intelsat was a case where we reacted again with a team on the ground and a team up there who had been trained ahead of time, knew what options were available, what they could and could not do. And so as far as the value of having somebody there, we continue to demonstrate that.
Any more questions? Yeah, right here in the second row. Well, yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
Frédéric Castel with the French press agency. Will you ask the crew not to approach the bi-stem boom at the section where it's damaged?
We, well, I don't think we don't have any intention to get over there anyway. It will, whether or not we ask them, I don't know whether we ask them to or not. I know we don't have any plan for them to even be near that area. There's no need to. It's an outboard bi-stem, outboard away from the telescope, and we don't work over there, and so I'm not sure a reminder is going to be needed because we won't be there.
Yes. Go ahead, Irene. Second round.
Irene Brown with UPI. One quick one about the doors. Does anybody know the size, the dimensions of them?
I don't know it offhand.
How does no
Yeah, that's
sound?
inches. How about
but we can get those for you.
There is a scale in inches right on here. The door is about 85 inches tall.
Jettison tomorrow. Will the astronauts need any special tools or anything to detach the array from wherever it fits in, because it's not fully retracted? And also, is the EVA going to be starting? Are you going to try and start it early also?
Okay, Irene, as far as tools to do the job, they'll use the tools that we normally would. We'll use the same tools on that array that we're going to use on the one that has been retracted properly, so nothing new. The only difference will be that we'll be attaching this jettison handle to it. That'll be the only new thing. You can expect this, before the flight started, the tendency during the simulations was that the crew would get out earlier than the published time in the timeline. It's because they're just they've trained so well and they're eager to go do it. I could expect that the crew tomorrow might get out early also.
Go ahead, Mark.
This is Mark Crow of the Houston Chronicle. When the array is jettisoned, will she simply release it, or will she push it? Is there any procedure to keep it from somersaulting or anything? Is it just a matter of just letting it go and letting the ship move away?
Mark, I know you've seen this a lot of times. It's but she's just going to let go of it. Just let go of it, and I think you're experienced. You've been with us a long time. She'll let go of it, and it's going to stay right there. We're going to do a small maneuver just to separate away from it. She's not going to push it off.
Yeah, second row, third over.
Martin Berkey with the Huntsville Times. Astronauts said before they left the ground that it was going to be awful boring. It was going to look like they weren't moving at all. And you look out there, and they're jumping up and down on the foot stand and pushing hard on the doors. And I'm just wondering if anybody's nervous about this delicate mil-spec equipment, being pushed in or bent or something like that.
From me or you?
Well, I'll say, first of all, the crew never told me they were going to be not moving around. I don't know how you do this job sitting still. Now, you can answer the second part of
it. They were, when they got ready to close the doors for the final time, they were requested to try to limit how much force they put on the doors to roughly 25 pounds of force. We felt there was margin in that, and of course that was pretty much a feel from the crew up there, and who are very experienced and have some feel for that, and have had a lot of practice in the air-bearing floor, pushing specific masses around, so they had a good feel for what the force was. So, and Story, and there was some communication with Story, and he was very familiar with what he had to do to make it happen. So there wasn't a lot of concern in that case. We thought it would come out as it did.
Yeah, second row, this patient gentleman here in the blue blazer.
Yes, Lee Holtz, Los Angeles Times. Let me ask a variation of that question to Dr. LeCrone. Earlier, there was a little bit of chatter when they were working on the gyros about, well, can you get some extra tethers and tie some of these floating things around? There seemed to be some concern once you had the telescope open with all those elbows and knees and feet and heads and things going. I just wonder personally, how nervous were you when you saw all that floating around inside your rather fragile observatory?
Well, I sort of expected to see a scuba diver swim by, and I missed the bubbles. It looked very much like we had seen in the JISSes, and they have thoroughly worked out procedures for capturing loose pieces and to minimize. Obviously, we would not want to get screws floating around inside of the aft shroud of the HST, but I think they've got adequate procedures to protect against that.
Go ahead, sir.
Earl Lane with Newsday. I was wondering if you could just show where KT is going to put that handle on the array and where she'll be holding it when she drops it.
It'll be down here towards the base of the array. Oh, did I point to the Huygens?
It's like
Down at the base of the at the array. Believe me, I do understand where she's going to put it.
They'll be in the cassettes, of course, and the cassettes folded up, so it's it's a much smaller device to hold on to than what you see there.
It's inboard of the cassette and towards the telescope.
Jay Barbary with NBC. I assume after she releases the array that the EVA will proceed from that point as planned. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, that is correct, Jay.
We'll go down to the third row, start with the gentleman on the aisle.
Yeah, Bill Harwood with CBS. Just to follow up on some topic you touched on earlier. When you're replacing WIFPIC or CoStar, where you have rails with tight tolerances and the clearances aren't real great, or maybe they are, given the thermal problems or issue you saw today with the door, once these things are opened up and temperatures change around, is there any chance that thermal effects could affect the tolerances of the rails and the mechanisms used to put the optical instruments in?
You want to take that one? You want me to?
Well, you can try and then I'll try. I have one answer.
Well, for one thing, there's the final position for both instruments is, of course, helped by the latches to very tight tolerances. But when we start out, they're wider. It essentially tapers as it goes in. It's not a large taper, but there's enough flexibility on the front end so that with thermal contraction and expansion, we should be able to get them started. And then it's a matter of them sliding in and being pulled in by the final latching action. We don't anticipate a problem. We certainly have considered that in the design of the instruments and in the equipment and the procedures that we've planned to use. And its potential it could be a problem, but we really don't expect it. We think we've accounted for all that.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Dave Dunleavy from the Danbury News-Times. When the solar array is jettisoned and the orbiter maneuvers away, how far away will it maneuver, and is there a risk to the stability of the telescope?
There's no risk to the stability of the telescope. We, in putting the procedures together, we had to take into account the configuration of the telescope should we have to jettison anything, any piece of hardware. And so we have built a gentle jettison procedure is what it amounts to. It's a very, I think yesterday, Randy Stone gave you a separation. We were separating at something like 2 feet per second or so. The procedure we have perhaps could be a 1 foot per second getting away from the array. And what that doesn't sound, it's not very fast, but clearly over time that gets to be a great distance. But we've devised a gentle procedure.
You know how far away you'll be moving? How far away you'll actually be maneuvering?
We are increasing in distance away from it all the time. So you take 1 foot per second and you just equate that over a period of time and you'll get an idea how far we'll be over time.
And in the white sweatshirt.
Yes, hi. Carl Tate, Associated Press. Which panel will be removed first, and also when the stuck array is removed, will it be rotated up before it's removed, or will Kathy come in above it somehow and remove it?
The first one we're going to do is the one that is still partially deployed. That's the first one that we're going to do. And she'll be working around the side and the bottom of the array, attaching the fixture.
So it won't be rotated?
Well, we have already rotated the telescope back up to the straight up position.
The panel will not be rotated up.
I'm sorry. Okay, that's right. The array will be just as you see it today.
Okay, we're going to take a couple of more questions here, then go around the other centers. Let me get in the back, Todd. I'll get you when we come back.
Glenda Chu from the San Jose Mercury News. I have a couple questions about the doors. Can you give us an idea of the thermal differences, the temperature differences that those doors are exposed to on orbit? And also, could you describe in detail the procedure that Story used to, that device that he was fixing there, the PRD or whatever it was, and exactly what that accomplished, because it was not clear watching it.
Okay, I can answer the first one, and probably Milt should discuss the second one. Temperatures in sunlight and in shadow on a spacecraft in Earth orbit generally vary 100, 200 degrees. And the reason why there's such a wide range is because certainly if something that's out away from the spacecraft, more exposed to space, is much colder than something that's right up against it.
If we could
100,
all
200
wait
degrees.
for the mic before we ask follow-ups, that'll help everybody around the loop. Go ahead.
We generally work in centigrade, but it's such a wide range you could almost apply it to either one. I mean, a delta temperature, you know, a couple of 100 degrees is not unusual. These particular doors, I'm not sure I know what the temperature delta is, but the point is, with the doors open, the outside edges are you know, probably 90 degrees apart around the spacecraft, or maybe even more than that, about 90 degrees probably, which puts them in we're conditioned to respond to pagers, which you know, puts them in considerably different angles with respect to the incoming sunlight. So I didn't ask the thermal guys what the delta was, but I'm sure there was some delta temperature. And this is one possibility. You know, it may not be the answer to this, but it's one that was discussed in the payload room. So the temperature varies quite a bit, and so you could expect some thermal contraction or expansion based on that.
One more question here before we...
Oh, yes.
Oh, it's a payload retention device. It is it's like a strap and a come along. It's a method by which you can hook something here and over to here and have a device in between that you can kind of ratchet and provide tension. I can't specifically tell you where he built himself. He made a handhold, is what he did with that device. And I can't tell you precisely where he attached it, but he did build a handhold. And that's a device that we carry on every orbiter flight. It just standard. It comes in our standard toolkit of stuff. It's because it can be used for things like this.
We're going to go to Kennedy Space Center now, where I understand we have a few questions there.
This is Phil Chen, Earth News for Milt. I was having the same deja vu that you were having from the August GIST and practically expecting a hurricane to aim itself at the Cape and then go at Goddard. I believe during that GIST they stated that you could not reverse the two solar array 2s. You could not put the V plus on the V minus side and vice versa. But yesterday somebody said that it might be possible. I'm wondering what that situation is.
I think I've heard it might be possible, but
Yeah, that's my understanding, is that it's possible, that they're somewhat interchangeable. I don't recall specifically that being discussed at the GIST. But we've discussed it today, and we certainly intend to keep solar array 1, the one that rolled up and we plan to take off and store in the carrier. It will become a reserve in case for some reason solar array 2 we have a problem with either side.
Okay.
Was correct.
Ken, what other things did you consider as far as the minus V3 doors, as far as scenarios for closing them? Bungee cords, tethers, duct tape, anything like that?
I really didn't hear all the options. I know I didn't attend the detailed Tiger team meetings, so I really can't tell you what all the options were. We heard this option when we came back out again, and it sounded like the right thing to go do. There was an option 2 they read over the net, and I brought option 1, but I didn't bring option 2.
There was an option, if I recall, to I think on the day that we changed out the wide field planetary camera was to I think consider using the handle we put on the wide field planetary camera sort of as something to hold on to above the door while you try to push on it. So there was some other considerations, but no, tape was not considered, I don't believe.
No, we don't have a tape that will stick to the exterior skin. And I should also comment that we left it, before the crew pressed on and actually solved the problem, we left it such that if they were unable to do that, at least in this shift, that at the very least the opening or any gap in the door should be at the bottom of the door, farthest away from the hub area of the telescope, so that if there were to be a minute light leak, it would be farthest away from the entrance apertures of the scientific instruments overnight as a contingency measure.
And for Ken, I guess, if there's a worst-case scenario, the shuttle cannot do another EVA, this emergency requires it to return early, and they have to eject the Hubble overboard. Could you recover, given the fact that you have one solar array jammed, one solar array closed, and you have a PFR attached somewhere on the outside of the telescope that doesn't belong there?
He's been watching too many of our sims.
Well, the PFR shouldn't be a problem at all. We believe that since the first solar array wing rolled up, that we could also command it back out. That would give us one full solar array and then the partial array that's there, which is about 70%, I think was the number I heard, which is borderline sufficient power. We think we could survive. We think we even potentially could do science, but we would certainly want to mount a backup mission to go finish the job.
Okay, we'll move now to Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt, Maryland for a question.
Okay, this is for Milt. Can you tell me how long the handle is that Kathy's going to use? Is it like broomstick size or much longer?
Let me see if I can describe it to you as far as dimensions. If you imagine that I'm holding on to two handles right here, then it's going to go up to about here to an apex, and then it's going to go up a little bit like so, a point that you attach to the, so from about here up to about here. I hope that was descriptive enough.
Okay, we trust it was, and we're back here in Houston for any remaining questions. Let's just start in the front row and work back again. Go ahead, Todd.
Todd Halverson of Florida Today for Milt. Could you refresh my memory and describe for me how the solar array will be removed? In other words, who's going to be where and what tools are going to be used?
Well, Kathy will be on the arm. She'll be on the arm, and then Tom will be in a portable foot restraint, which you've already installed up by the base of the, up by the array. I don't want to say high gain antenna again. The way that it's done is you have electrical connections that have to be taken off. Using a socket drive, I've got a clamp at where the solar array goes into the telescope is a clamp, and that has to be loosened, undone. And then we're there in that case. So we don't have to concern ourselves. It's not latched up beside the telescope now, so we don't have to unlatch anything there. So it's held on at the base there. It's got electrical connectors to undo, as well as a mechanical interface by undoing a clamp.
Second row.
Irene Brown with UPI. I've lost track of that bolt that Jeff Hoffman had removed accidentally and put into some kind of trash bag, and I believe there was a washer or something. Where did that come from, and where is that? What happened to it?
Okay, there's the latching bolt. Let's see. Do you want to get this on your camera? The latching bolt is this one, and if you look on the back, and it's threaded. It's threaded here so that it actually goes into threads in this horizontal shaft, which is the hinge, okay? Inside of that is another little screw, and that screw is threaded into the end of the bolt, so it's got the bolt has threads internally. The purpose of that screw is to keep somebody from taking this completely out. And what happened is that the torque limiter on the tool, when they decided to pull it back out again, I guess was set too high, and they overrode, they essentially unscrewed the little screw, but it took the bolt all the way out. Instead of taking the screw out of the bolt, took the bolt out of the screw, and therefore the screw came loose. They just put the screw in a trash bag, so it's safe and secure, and put the bolt back in. And the screw is nothing but a retaining deal for the bolt. Once the bolt is locked down, you don't need the screw. So it's perfectly fine the way it is.
Okay, let's get David Chandler up here on the front.
David Chandler, the Boston Globe. Two quick questions about the solar panels. Did I understand correctly that the one that only partly retracted, you said something about 70%, it retracted only 30% of the way, in other words?
That's correct.
Okay. During the Hubble deployment, one of the solar panels was quite bulky and required several attempts to be deployed fully. Do you know whether that's the same one that was also bulky on the way in today?
Yes, it's the one that is currently completely rolled up.
And then third row.
Scott Pelley again from CBS. For the lay audience, I want to go back at the gyroscopes. You need 3. You had 3. If you didn't install the new ones, what was the worst that could happen?
the next one that failed would stop us from doing a normal science program until we might be able to contrive a 2-gyro mode. And we have actually begun investigating how to do that. It seems to be technically feasible, but operationally very complex and would take many months to implement. And so after many months, you might be able to resume some sort of science program on 2 gyros, but there is no 1-gyro mode. There is a 0-gyro mode on Hubble, or a 1-gyro mode, I suppose, which purely protects the health and safety of the spacecraft, and which is totally inadequate for science.
If I may follow up with that just briefly, what does it mean to an astronomer to not have full gyro control?
Well, basically, it's a black and white situation. Without full gyro control, you cannot acquire a target. I want to observe a particular galaxy or a planet or a particular star. I can't get there from here. Until I have full 3-coordinate, a reference system in 3 coordinates and an ability to measure the rate at which I'm moving and the direction in which I'm moving in that reference system, I simply have no way to plan and carry out an observation.
Hubble needs 3 gyros to do its job.
Yeah.
Nigel Henbest, BBC. 2 quick questions. First, what is the mass of the array which Kathy Thornton will have to handle? Obviously, the weight is no problem, but the mass is. And secondly, what was the reason for changing out the fuses? Are they believed to be defective in any way?
Mass of the solar arrays, I don't know.
Let me suggest that let us look that up for you. I don't think we have that on
I used to know the number, but it's one of those things that I flushed a long time ago.
Derek may know.
160 kilos, you translate that into pounds.
Well, this is to the BBC, so it's okay.
Yeah.
And the fuses, please.
Fuses. There's 3 types of fuses on board, as I said earlier, the gyro fuses, the instrument fuses, which includes the command and data handling system also, and then a set of fuses that cover essentially most of the rest of the spacecraft that's fused. The replacement reasons were different. The gyro fuses were replaced because, as you know, we've had for the last 3 years a number of different problems with gyros, with essentially one in 90 and one in 91 and one in 92 going out. And there were Tiger teams formed to look at whether it was in the rate sensing unit where the gyroscope itself, the mechanical gyro, is located, or in the electronics control unit, electronics box. In the process of doing this, it was discovered that the fuses probably were slightly underrated for turn-on conditions. They only draw milliamps in terms of operations, and I was going to check this. The other day, I believe that what we've got on board is 3-amp fuses, and what we put on board, well, what we have on board now is 5-amp fuses. We increased the amperage rating of the fuses for the purpose of turn-on conditions. When you bring the gyros currently up, there's a potential for getting a current spike, and we didn't want them to blow the 3-amp fuses. The instrument fuses, a different reason. The instrument fuses we had planned, by the way, we've always planned to take up all 12 fuses. That was the plan from day one, even when we didn't know we had to replace any, just in case something happens up there and you've got the fuses to replace. So we'd always planned to take up the instrument fuses. So, and if they're being taken up, they have to be tested and qualified. In the test process, we had some of the instrument fuses that failed some of the testing. They just failed a functional test, effectively. And in looking at that, we discovered that they were not properly put together, at least to the 2 that failed. We don't know whether or not the instrument fuses on board were built the same way or not, but to be safe, we decided to go ahead and replace all the instrument fuses too. We've had no problems on board with them, but we know the 4 that we've got in there now work. We know they're correct, and they fit the case, so it was a precautionary move more than anything. And by the way, we checked out the other fuses too, and there's no problem with them, the remaining 3rd kind.
Todd Halverson of Florida today. I think this one is for Derek Eaton. Derek, can you tell us how much the solar array to be jettisoned is worth, and what you'll lose by not being able to bring it back for study?
Wait for the mic if you would, sir.
It's not worth anything now, is it? And actually, it saves me money, because now we can't fetch it back to Earth. I don't have to pay for investigating it. So we were going to do a fairly thorough series of investigations into the two solar arrays, both from a point of view of technical wearing mechanisms on orbit and things like that, and also micrometeorite penetrations and all that sort of work. So we've lost half of that program, which is a shame, but it's better than losing it all.
Okay, I'm back on the front row. John.
John Wilford, New York Times. What do the two astronauts who walked today do tomorrow on their day off?
Story becomes the straw boss. The IV crewman, the one that Tom Akers had that job today. So Story will be back in the aft flight deck, basically going through the checklist, and it's a very important position, very key position, keeping track of what's going on and so forth. That person also looks for useful work to do, things that maybe they can see we could go do to speed up some tasks. KT has, I knew this was going to happen. Jeff, thank you. Yeah. Jeff will sort of do as KT has done today, be an observer, assisting with photography, and that sort of thing.
It's clear we need to get this man home and put him to bed. We can just wrap it up with a couple more. Yes, sir. Second row.
Yes, Lee Host with the Los Angeles Times. Following up, if you will, on your slip, it's clear that on the ground, these hours in this mission is testing everyone's stamina. I'm wondering how you are going about managing the human factors in space. You clearly have a very energetic and excited crew. They're getting out early and they're staying late. We're on the first day. We're about to look at something equally demanding this evening. How do you work that? How closely are you monitoring that on the ground?
As far as you mean the people on the ground or the crew?
No, people upstairs.
The crew? Well, we've talked about this pre-flight. A few things we're doing. First thing, in fact, we've implemented this for tomorrow. A key thing to us is to try to start their day the same time if we can every day. One of the worst things you want to do is continue to circadian shift a crew or a human being as far as sleep is concerned. And we intend to wake them up at the same time tomorrow. Now we're going to shorten their sleep by 30 minutes. So you may say, well, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but it's very key to trying to keep them on the same rhythm. We're doing that now. Today, during the EVAs, it appeared that as far as an overall task, the metabolic rate, the energy that they were consuming was not anything excessive at all. It was looked very normal. A few times they worked hard. Clearly highly motivated and interested in doing the job. Today, for the crew, has to be a big boost to their overall mental attitude, and as it is for the ground as well. And that's also that's an important factor as well. Important factor. Not only did we get everything accomplished today, and we have a problem for tomorrow, but by golly, it's a problem that we have trained for and understand what to go do with tomorrow, and that helps put the mind at ease. Then we have a day in the flight plan if we need. We can stick later or sometime. If we feel like we're working the crew too hard or the ground too hard, we'll take a day off.
One more question. How many of you had, David? I'll let her go in the back.
Glenda Chu, San Jose Mercury. I wanted to ask if for some reason you had been totally unable to close securely those aft shroud doors during the course of the mission, what would have been the consequences for the telescope?
I think I alluded to that a little earlier. If worst came to worst, we would have been surely able to latch some of the latches, but not all of them. So it would be a question of placing the open gap in the most benign place, which would be farthest down toward the base of the telescope. And so any small amount, and I should also point out that was the minus V3 area of the telescope, which does not point to the sun at all. So sunlight would not come in there, but bright Earth light could, reflected off the Earth. So just minimizing the stray light background that might find its way into the instruments.
Okay, thank you all very much.
This is Mission Control Houston. Our next television event will be a replay of the flight day highlights. That replay is scheduled to start at about 11 a.m. Central and will last roughly 34 minutes. Once again, our next television event will be a replay of flight day highlights starting at 11 a.m. Central Time. Here in the Flight Control Center, everything continues to go very smoothly. The planning team is in the early phases of taking a look at all the constraints that there may be for the jettison of the solar array and coming up with a plan for tomorrow morning, or for this evening actually. Once that plan is converged upon, we will be giving you more details as the day progresses. The crew on board Endeavour has been asleep for about a half an hour now. They will be reawakened at the regular time, which is a mission elapsed time of 3 days, 14 hours, and 30 minutes. We're currently at a mission elapsed day time of 3 days, 7 hours, and 29 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston.
Sounds like a good plan, Endeavour. Good morning.
Morning, Carl. Go ahead.
Good morning. The execute package is now in the tips machine.
Okay, we got it.
Okay, and I'm just dying to know if Sox is still wearing his sweatshirt.
Yeah, I am. Did it work?
Sorry about that, bud.
Oh, no! Oh, well, there's always next year.
Yeah, that's what they say.
That last exchange between Capcom Carl Meade and our pilot Ken Bowersox referred to the Army-Navy football game. Prior to going to sleep last night, Bowersox told the flight control team that he was going to be wearing his Navy sweatshirt to bed in hopes that it would help spur the Navy football team on to victory. Bowersox is a commander in the United States Navy. In the yellow shirt was a pilot, Ken Bowersox. This is mission specialist Claude Nicolier. Nicolier is the individual who was at the controls of the robot arm when the arm was used to reach out and grab onto the Hubble Space Telescope. He will also be the individual at the controls of the arm for the spacewalks by Jeff Hoffman, Story Musgrave, Kathy Thornton, and Tom Akers. Mission Specialist Story Musgrave is in the red shirt, and once again Claude Nicolier is in the multicolored shirt in the bottom part of the view. And this is Mission Specialist Kathy Thornton. The individual in the multicolored blue shirt that just moved back to the aft control station is Commander Dick Covey. He was at the aft station as he brought Endeavour in range of the arm for the retrieval. The device that Kathy Thornton was holding was the laser range device. And this is another view through the crew optical alignment sight. And in this particular view, Hubble is in the upper right-hand quadrant.
little bit of live payload bay.
Okay.
We have to go back to sync, I guess.
Okay, we're receiving the live payload bay now. We sure appreciate your playing that downlink for the planning shift. It's nice to know what we're really working on.
Yeah, you betcha. You guys are real important. We appreciate the work.
Our pleasure. And Endeavour, the planning shift at that note is going to be signing off. We'll hand you over to Susan and Bob, and we'll see you once again tomorrow. Fly safe.
All right, so long, Carl and everybody else there.
Tom, we've checked all the tasks where you would be using that tool and the access of those tasks, and as long as you've got a rotating tether point at the midpoint of that extension or lower with respect to the business end of the tool, you're A-OK.
Okay, I've already got it on. I put it as far down toward the business end, actually down toward the wrench end as I could get.
Sounds like a great plan.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're now receiving live television from Endeavour's lower deck as mission specialists Jeff Hoffman and Story Musgrave go through the first steps of getting ready for their spacewalk.
Endeavour, for Tom, we see the tool extension, and it looks like you did a great job.
Musgrave is also putting on biomedical sensors that are worn during the spacewalk that record the astronaut's heartbeat. Assisting Musgrave as he gets ready now is Endeavour's commander, Dick Covey.
And we're looking at Story's handsome mug right now. Hello, Jeff.
Houston Endeavour.
Go ahead, KT.
Storage is complete. Pre-breathe at 1722.
1722. Thanks. And Endeavour, we're about 5 minutes away from the start of the slew.
Okay, we copy. 5 minutes till slew. And Houston Endeavour airlock is buttoned up, and just so we're in sync, we're looking at starting the depress at 18 hours, 02 minutes.
We copy and concur, Tom.
That makes us about 10 minutes ahead of where we thought we'd be. Sorry we didn't warn you ahead of time.
That's no problem.
Okay, a copy. Target 2, body vector 3, Omicron 190, A auto burn, and 1845 is the preferred time, no later than 1853.
Good read, Covey, except the Omicron is 019er. Sorry about that.
Okay, I must be dyslexic this morning. Omicron 019.
And you've got to go for auto at this time because the solar array slew is complete.
Okay, copy 1930, Susan. Okay, it's daylight outside, so you might want to put your visors down. Visors down. And it's only 10 minutes to sunset. Jeff, you're going to have your hands full. You might want to go ahead and put your helmet lights on. Good idea. Understand. Good, Stuart. And that's where she's going to stay. All right. Forever and ever. Okay, Claude, let's come into the MFR position now. Okay, forgiveness. And I have a free hand again, Tom, if we need Tom config or anything like that. Okay, why don't we wait till Story gets back at the back of the sack and you're both stable and we'll check it out. How's your comm right now, Story? It's gotten a lot better. Okay. Okay, I think we're clear of it now, Claude. Okay. But you can see me, right? Okay. My head's getting close to the telescope. I can't see behind me very well. If you can see that I'm clear of the PA, just keep moving in. Okay, Tom, I guess we're ready to start the shade. Okay, Jeff. Okay, and that'll be a torque of 10. Okay, I think you're in. And let me get that set in. And setting of 3. Roger. No problem there. Very good.
Endeavour Houston for Tom.
Go ahead.
The RSUs have been powered off. They will complete their spin down at 19:26:33.
Okay, copy. 19:26:33. About 5 minutes. Complete spin down. That looks good. Thanks. The door is opening by itself.
Just a reminder, you've got a yaw maneuver coming up at 19:30 to keep an eye on the doors.
Okay, copy. We will. Thanks. Okay, Claude, let's move to the right. To the right, Jeff. Okay. We're on, Jeff. Okay. Looks like it's out. Yeah, it is. It's out. Okay. Hold it for a minute. Let me get this off. Safely out of the way. First start. Okay. The left foot is free. You get your right foot. The right foot is free. Now, okay, you sort of slowly work yourself out. I've got your feet. Okay, you can just pull me out, Jim. Okay? I've got you. Watch your right hand. Okay? I have you. Okay, pull me away. Okay. Now, should I just get out of the way? Yeah. Can you do it, PFR? Yeah. You do what? Okay, but your hands are still doing good, right? Yes, sir, really well.
Houston copies.
Did I close the door now? Okay, so the doors are open, right, Jeff? They are. You want to go look around the edges everywhere and make sure there's not anything came loose a little bit? Especially up at the top. I don't see anything. Let me try that again. I think I'm probably going to have to put the Essex wrench on to get it all the way tightened. Okay. Houston, Endeavour.
Endeavour, Houston, go ahead.
It anymore. Okay. Let's take a look at what the upper bolt looks like now. I can send you a picture of the top of that door if you're ready. Let's move up 3 feet. Let's try the next bolt right at buggy first, Jeff. That's what I mean. That's where we want to zipper it in. Okay. 3. Okay. Okay, Jeff. Let's put up the RSUs and start thinking ECUs. And Houston, what are we going to do about orbiter attitude for ECUs? Are we going to be able to change attitude with the doors in this config?
We're talking about it.
Another foot. Okay, Jeff, and just for my paperwork, can you read me the serial numbers off? Sure will. I'm getting ready to put away 1003. Copy. That's good. Stop. Stopping. Okay, let's drop down about 3 feet. Going down 3.
KT, our thinking on the doors is that with this attitude, we should see a little bit of sun on them. Over the course of the next daylight pass, we think that a little bit of thermal stabilization might reduce that gap. What we'd like you to do is, at the beginning of the pass, see if you can somehow calibrate from the aft flight deck that gap at the top, and then look at it towards the middle and later in the pass and see if it seems to be reducing any. And report your results to us if you will.
Okay, Greg, we'll do that.
Doors coming open. Let me get Okay. Shock, pull me back just a little bit.
That's about far enough.
Okay.
Thanks, Jeff.
Endeavour Houston.
Go ahead.
Not to get you spun up, but we have 6 good gyros on the telescope.
Fantastic.
Okay, I'm sorry.
There we go. All right. And we're going to have to come inboard, and you'll have to check my clearance above me.
Okay, we'll check that. The battery's okay.
And for the record, this has been a very warm night pass. I've been very comfortable.
Okay.
Of course, it's been working.
And we're LVLH now, so when it gets daylight, you're going to have a different view.
Okay. Helmet lights off. 1, 2. Gold visor down.
And Jeff, I go rather slowly here because of the small curves between the arm and the end of the array.
You bet. On my
Can I help pull in any direction?
yes, I think so, Story. It looks to me like if I'm just doing it at the top, I can get them to come together. So let me do that, and you hold the bottom.
Okay, let me go down. I'll go down there then.
Are you ready to do the handle? No, don't do it yet.
Okay.
See, I'm going to try to get on the bottom bolt now. It's not closing. The doors aren't closing right. Let's try to get the bottom. Let me get the bottom coming in before you close that Story.
Okay.
The bottom is engaged.
All right, guys. Houston, I think we got the door closed.
Yes. And the top is engaged.
All right.
Woo.
Good work, guys.
All right. Okay.
Start with the handle bolt, right, Jeff?
Yes. Well,
Good job, guys. Story, if you want to grab the PRD and get the TA.
well, let's leave the PID on for a minute until we get everything latched up here.
Just a second. The handle bolt fell off. I'll go get it.
Well, I'm going to go and work on that Story. I have to tighten it now.
Okay, Jeff, I'll keep you up a little bit then.
I locked up my guy wire.
Okay, sure, thanks. And I guess you're going to position to take a handoff from Jeff, right?
Sure. Yeah, sure can. Stow that back on the board because we're going to leave that outside, right?
That's affirmative. And KT said just leave the short adjustable on the Essex if you want to.
left on there is the Hasselblad. So I guess we're about ready to head down.
And we need to leave, if we can, 2 wrist tethers on there, or we can take them back out, Jeff.
I'll be glad to leave them on there.
Okay, one should be an adjustable and one a regular.
Okay.
And the telescope's now being rotated.
We see it.
Again, this will be a 180-degree rotation, basically putting the other solar array in the same position this one is in to allow for observations during the retraction process of the secondary deploy mechanism. Again, this rotation, this 180-degree rotation takes about 12 minutes or so.
Endeavour Houston, we have good elbow camera.
Roger, and Greg, that's not what's called out for the solar array retraction, but we think it gives the best view of what we're going to see.
We heartily agree. I'll copy.
Okay, plan to jettison in AM and go to a maneuver. The one that's on 3 hours 50 minutes, page 3-20, after the camera view.
Good copy. Aboard Endeavour, the Space Telescope now back up at 90 degrees, straight up in the back of the payload bay. The robot arm is being maneuvered to the extended park position. That's the position that it will remain in overnight while the crew sleeps. The crew's about an hour away from going to bed. Here in the flight control room, the planning team is wrapping up its handover and will shortly take over control of the flight.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're at a mission elapsed time of 3 days, 8 hours, and 17 minutes. Here in the Flight Control Center, the planning shift is on duty. This particular team is being led by Flight Director John Murator. The primary goal for this team this afternoon is to replan the EVA timeline for flight day number 5. This is the second of 5 EVAs that are designed to service the Hubble Space Telescope. We will be changing our nominal plan just slightly by adding about 30 to 45 minutes to it for the jettison of one of the solar arrays. During the procedures to roll up the solar arrays today, the solar array that had a kink in it only rolled in about a panel and a half, or about a third of the way, and at that point we stopped the motion on the solar array because the bistem, which was kinked, had become separated and looked like it was about to jam the system. Tomorrow, at the first part of our spacewalk, Kathy Thornton will be on the robot arm and will go and attach a handle to this EVA, or to this solar array, and hold it up above her head and then release it, and at that point the Space Shuttle Endeavour will back away from it, and thus we will jettison the solar array. Now, as we are planning for this activity tomorrow, there are a couple of conditions that are desirable for this activity. One is actually a firm requirement, and that is that the removal of the array must take place during a night pass or when the array is in shade, so that the energy cells on the array are not producing any current that can flow to the connector. Once the demating of this array is complete, that's no longer a concern, obviously. The second condition that we're looking at as we're trying to plan for the day tomorrow is something that is not required but is desirable, and that is the fact that we would like to jettison the array during the daylight portion of the orbit. This will give the crew members optimal lighting conditions as they back the orbiter away from the solar array. As we said, Kathy Thornton will be performing the manual jettison of the solar array. With her in the payload bay will be Tom Akers. After the jettison of the solar array, we will install a new solar array into that position, and then proceed on to the next solar array on the other side, which is the minus V2 array. Take out that used array, stow it for return to Earth, and then put in a new array in that position. We expect that to be a fairly standard procedure. Today's EVA went very well. It was one of the second longest in the history of the shuttle program. It lasted about 7 hours and 55 minutes. All the EVA tasks that were planned for the first spacewalk were performed as expected. Everything went fairly smoothly until we came to a closing of one of the doors on the side of the telescope, and that took a little bit of maneuvering by the crew members, but it is all buttoned up and ready to continue the Hubble Space Telescope mission. This evening, the Space Telescope controllers up at the Goddard Space Flight Center are performing the last of the checks to make sure that all those change-outs went as expected, and so far everything looks very good in those checks. Endeavour itself is performing very well. The orbiter has no systems problems that are being tracked by the flight control team at this time. In fact, we have a very clean vehicle and have had a very clean vehicle for the first 4 days of flight. The crew on board Endeavour has been in their sleep period for about an hour and 20 minutes. They will be awakened for their 5th flight day at a mission elapsed time of 3 days, 14 hours, and 30 minutes. Other than that, everything continues to go very smoothly as STS-61 continues. This is Mission Control. This is Mission Control Houston here in the Flight Control Center. The planning team is in the process of getting settled down and starting to work on fine-tuning and preparing the update to our flight plan for flight day number 5. The primary activity of flight day number 5 will be a spacewalk by Kathy Thornton and Tom Akers. We kind of expect this spacewalk to now last about 6.5 hours due to the fact that we'll be adding a little bit of time onto the front of the spacewalk for Kathy Thornton to manually jettison the solar array that is not rolled up. This array did not roll up due to the fact that there is a kink on what's called a bistem, and that's a couple of pieces of metal on the edge of the solar array that kind of provides the framework for the array. When we grappled and brought the Hubble Space Telescope into the payload bay a couple of days ago, a kink was noticed in this bistem, and as we were rolling up the array today, everything seemed to stop and slow down right when we got to that kink. As a result, the flight control team and the telescope control team took a look at the situation and decided that our best course of action at this point would be to jettison that particular solar array. This is a procedure that we have trained for and that we have simulated prior to the mission, so the crew members are very familiar with the kind of activities that they will be doing tomorrow. Basically, what is involved is the Kathy Thornton, who is our astronaut who will be spending time on the robot arm tomorrow. She will come out of the airlock, get onto the arm, and retrieve a handle from one of the cases, the tool cases in the payload bay. She'll then go mount the handle onto the solar array, and once we have everything ready, she will let go of the solar array above her head, and the orbiter Endeavour will perform a very slight maneuver to slowly back away from that array. Kathy will not be putting any kind of force into the array, so it will be a very gentle kind of releasing of that particular device. Controllers here in Houston expect that procedure will take about 30 to 45 minutes after the beginning of the EVA. Right now there are also 2 conditions which will be affecting our strategy for tomorrow. First of all, we do have a flight rule that requires that the removal of the array must take place during a night pass or when it is shaded, so that the energy cells on the array are not producing any current flow to the connector on the telescope. Once the demating is complete, these cells are no longer have a charge, and so there's no longer a concern. The second thing that we're trying to work into our plan is something that is not required but is very desirable, and that is the fact that we would like to jettison the array during a daylight pass so that we can give the crew the optimum lighting conditions when they back away from the array. With those 2 things in our hip pocket, we're proceeding forward and coming up with a plan, and as the details of that plan unfolds, we'll report them to you here on NASA Select. Following the jettison of the array, Kathy Thornton and Tom Akers will be installing a new solar array into that particular position, which is the plus V2 solar array position. They will then proceed on it to performing a change out of the array on the other side. We expect that change out to be fairly standard. Today's spacewalk by Jeff Hoffman and Story Musgrave went very well. We only had one minor glitch, but that was taken care of, and the Hubble Space Telescope is buttoned up, and controllers are in the process of checking out the systems that were replaced today. The glitch in the hump in the spacewalk occurred when we tried to close the door in the area of the rate sensor units, and the thermal conditions had changed the size of the door so that the latches didn't align. Basically what happened is with the two doors open, one was in a cooler area than the other, and the metal of the doors contracted and expanded to create a difference in the size of the doors. We closed the doors and let them sit for a while, and then applied a little pressure to the latches, and they are secure, and everything is buttoned up in that area and ready for reboost. All of the tasks that were scheduled for Jeff Hoffman and Story Musgrave were completed, and if not for the problem with the door, we probably would have finished our EVA a little bit ahead of schedule. But as it was, we set a record for the second longest EVA, and that record is 7 hours and 54 minutes. The record for the longest EVA was a little over 8 hours and was set last year during the Intelsat repair mission. Endeavour itself is performing very well. There are no system anomalies that are being tracked by the flight control team at this time. The crew on board the orbiter has been asleep for about 1 hour and 50 minutes. They will be awakened for their 5th flight day at 5:57 p.m. Central Time. We're at a mission elapsed time of 3 days, 8 hours and 49 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston. Our next scheduled television event on NASA Select will be a replay of the Flight Day 4 highlights. That replay is scheduled to start at 1 p.m. Central Time. It will also be replayed later today at 4 p.m. Central Time. Once again, our next scheduled television event on NASA Select will be a replay of the Flight Day 4 highlights, scheduled to start at 1 p.m. Central. That replay takes about 39 minutes to complete. A little bit of background about our solar arrays. As engineers began to put the telescope through its paces shortly after it was launched in 1990, they discovered two problems. One was a loss of focus and images that jittered briefly when the telescope flew into and out of Earth's shadow. The jitter problem was traced to the two large solar arrays, and it was caused by abrupt temperature changes from minus 150 degrees to 200 degrees Fahrenheit during orbit, because the panels distort twice during each orbit. As a temporary fix, engineers created software that commanded the pointing control system to compensate for the jitter automatically. But to fix this problem, we really need to change out the solar arrays and replace them on this mission. The new arrays have been modified to alleviate the jitter problem. Now, the solar arrays are two large rectangular wings of retractable solar cell blankets fixed on a two-stem frame. The blanket unfurls from the cassette in the middle of the wing. A spreader bar at each end of the wing stretches the blanket and maintains tension. For our replacement solar arrays, the spring-loaded roller assembly has been replaced by a series of springs connected to the spreader bar to the blanket. This change is expected to eliminate the jitter induced into the telescope as it passes from day to night each orbit. The new solar arrays will be put on in about a 6.5-hour spacewalk. That will begin tomorrow, or begin this evening, roughly around 9 or 10 o'clock. The spacewalking astronauts for our second EVA on STS-61 will be Kathy Thornton and Tom Akers. Kathy Thornton will be the person riding on the robot arm for this EVA, and she will also be you can also tell her apart because she's going to have a broken red stripe around the legs of her spacesuit. Tom Akers will have a diagonal red stripe around the legs of his spacesuit. For the jettison procedure of the solar array, Kathy Thornton will get on the robot arm, and we will take her to the telescope, and she will attach a handle to the solar array and before disconnecting the solar array. Once she disconnects or demates the solar array from the telescope, Claude Nicollier will use the robot arm to take her high above Endeavour's cargo bay, at which point she will very gently release the solar array. She will not be imparting any kind of force to that array, but just basically let it go. At that point, there will be 4 short pulses that will begin our translation away from that array. Each of those pulses will change our velocity, or the total of those pulses will change our velocity by about 0.2 feet per second, and then after those 4 pulses are complete and we've moved a little bit away, we'll have 16 more pulses of our reaction control jets that will change our velocity by a total of 0.8%. So basically we'll have about a foot per second translation away from the solar array. After that is complete, Kathy and Tom will then proceed with installing one of our new solar arrays, and then the telescope will be turned, and they will change out the other solar array. The other solar array, when we rolled it in, everything went fine, and it's ready. It's all stowed up and ready to be taken out, stowed and brought home, so that our scientists here on the ground can take a look at that and see how it's fared on during its 3 years in space. Tomorrow, Jeff Hoffman and Story Musgrave will be resting up after completing their first EVA and in preparation of their second and third EVAs. Story and Jeff had a 7-hour and 54-minute spacewalk today, which is the second longest in the shuttle program. They completed all their tasks very efficiently on orbit, and the only problem that we encountered was relatching a couple of the doors around the rate sensor units. But those doors were retached, all 4 latches were latched, and that's all buttoned up and ready for Hubble to continue its 15-year mission to explore the universe. We're at a mission elapsed time of 3 days, 9 hours, and 10 minutes. This is Mission Control. Endeavour has now moved out of range of our communication satellites. We will reacquire data link with the orbiter in about 4.5 minutes. The tracking data relay satellite system provides coverage over the 85% of the Earth's surface. We have voice and data link with the orbiter during those periods. But there is this 15% of slice over the Indian Ocean that is just out of range of our communication satellites. Our next scheduled television event on NASA Select will be a replay of Flight Day 4 highlights. That replay is scheduled to start at 1 p.m. Central. Our next television event on NASA Select will be a replay of the Flight Day 4 highlights. That replay is scheduled to start at 1 p.m. Central and will be repeated again today at 4 p.m. Central.
Let's go fix this thing.
Sounds like a good plan, Endeavour. Good morning.
Morning, Carl. Go ahead.
Good morning. The execute package is now in the tips machine.
Okay, we got it.
Okay, and I'm just dying to know if Sox is still wearing his sweatshirt.
Yeah, I am. Did it work?
Sorry about that, bud.
Oh, no. Oh, well, there's always next year.
Yeah, that's what they say.
That last exchange between Capcom Carl Meade and our pilot Ken Bowersox referred to the Army-Navy football game. Prior to going to sleep last night, Bowersox told the flight control team that he was going to be wearing his Navy sweatshirt to bed in hopes that it would help spur the Navy football team on to victory. Bowersox is a commander in the United States Navy. In the yellow shirt was a pilot, Ken Bowersox. This is mission specialist Claude Nicolier. Nicolier is the individual who was at the controls of the robot arm when the arm was used to reach out and grab onto the Hubble Space Telescope. He will also be the individual at the controls of the arm for the spacewalks by Jeff Hoffman, Story Musgrave, Kathy Thornton, and Tom Akers. Mission Specialist Story Musgrave is in the red shirt, and once again Claude Nicolier is in the multicolored shirt in the bottom part of the view. And this is Mission Specialist Kathy Thornton. The individual in the multicolored blue shirt that just moved back to the aft control station is Commander Dick Covey. He was at the aft station as he brought Endeavour in range of the arm for the retrieval. The device that Kathy Thornton was holding was the laser range device. And this is another view through the crew optical alignment site. And in this particular view, Hubble is in the upper right-hand quadrant.
back, Carl. Here's a little bit of live payload bay.
Okay.
We have to go back to sync, I guess.
Okay, we're receiving the live payload bay now. We sure appreciate your playing that downlink for the planning shift. It's nice to know what we're really working on.
Yeah, you betcha. You guys are real important. We appreciate the work.
Our pleasure. And Endeavour, the planning shift at that note is going to be signing off. We'll hand you over to Susan and Bob, and we'll see you once again tomorrow. Fly safe.
All right, so long, Carl, and everybody else there.
Tom, we've checked all the tasks where you would be using that tool and the access of those tasks, and as long as you've got a rotating tether point at the midpoint of that extension or lower with respect to the business end of the tool, you're A-OK.
Okay, I've already got it on. I put it as far down toward the business end, actually down toward the wrench end as I could get.
Sounds like a great plan.
Okay.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're now receiving live television from Endeavour's lower deck as mission specialist Jeff Hoffman and Story Musgrave go through the first steps of getting ready for their spacewalk.
Endeavour, for Tom, we see the tool extension, and it looks like you did a great job.
Musgrave is also putting on biomedical sensors that are worn during the spacewalk that record the astronaut's heartbeat. Assisting Musgrave as he gets ready now is Endeavour's commander, Dick Covey.
and we're looking at Story's handsome mug right now. Hello, Jeff.
Houston Endeavour.
Go ahead, KT.
Storage is complete. Pre-breathe at 1722.
1722. Thanks. And Endeavour, we're about 5 minutes away from the start of the slew.
Okay, we copy. 5 minutes till slew. And Houston Endeavour, airlock is buttoned up, and just so we're in sync, we're looking at starting the depress at 18 hours, 02 minutes.
We copy and concur, Tom.
That makes us about 10 minutes ahead of where we thought we'd be. Sorry we didn't warn you ahead of time.
That's no problem.
Okay, a copy. Target 2, body vector 3, Omicron 190, A auto burn, and 1845 is the preferred time, no later than 1853.
Good read, Cubby, except the Omicron is 019er. Sorry about that.
Okay, I must be dyslexic this morning. Omicron 019.
And you've got to go for auto at this time because the solar array slew is complete.
Okay, copy 1930, Susan. Okay, it's daylight outside, so you might want to put your visors down. Visors down. And it's only 10 minutes to sunset. Jeff, you're going to have your hands full. You might want to go ahead and put your helmet lights on.
Good idea.
Understand. Good, Stuart. And that's where she's going to stay. All right. Forever and ever.
Okay, Claude, let's come into the MFR position now.
Okay, for goodness.
And I have a free hand again, Tom, if we need Tom config or anything like that.
Okay, why don't we wait till Story gets back at the back of the sack and your boat's stable and we'll check it out. How's your comm right now, Story?
It's gotten a lot better.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're clear of it now, Claude.
Okay.
But you can see me, right? Okay. My head's getting close to the telescope. I can't see behind me very well. If you can see that I'm clear, but PA, just keep moving in. Okay, Tom, I guess we're ready to start the shade.
Okay, Jeff. Okay, and
that'll be a torque of 10.
Yeah, I think you're in.
And we get that set in. And setting of 3.
Roger.
No problem there.
Very good.
Endeavour Houston for Tom.
Go ahead.
The RSUs have been powered off. They will complete their spin down at 19:26:33.
Okay, copy. 19:26:33. About 5 minutes. Complete spin down. That looks good. Thanks.
The door is opening by itself.
Just a reminder, you've got a yaw maneuver coming up at 19:30 to keep an eye on the doors.
Okay, copy. We will. Thanks.
Okay, Claude, let's move to the right.
To the right, Jeff.
Okay. We're on, Jeff. Okay. Now. Okay. Hold it for a minute. Let me get this off. Safely out of the way. First start. Okay. The left foot is free. You get your right foot. The right foot is free. Now, okay, you sort of slowly work yourself out. I've got your feet. Okay, you can just pull me out, Jim. Okay? I've got you. Watch your right hand. Okay? I have you. Okay, pull me away. Okay. Now, should I just get out of the way? Yeah. Can you do it, PFR? Yeah. You watch. Okay, but your hands are still doing good, right? Yes, sir, really well. Right.
Houston copies.
Did I close the door now?
Okay, so the doors are open, right, Jeff?
They are.
You want to go look around the edges everywhere and make sure there's not anything came loose a little bit, especially up at the top.
I don't see anything. Let me try that again. I think I'm probably going to have to put the Essex wrench on to get it all the way tightened.
Okay.
Houston, Endeavour.
Endeavour, Houston, go ahead.
It anymore.
Okay.
Let's take a look at what the upper bolt looks like now.
I can send you a picture of the top of that door if you're ready.
Let's move up 3 feet.
Let's try the next bolt right at buggy first, Jeff.
That's what I mean. That's where we want to zipper it in.
Okay.
3.
Okay. Okay, Jeff. Put up the RSUs and start thinking ECUs. And Houston, what are we going to do about orbiter attitude for ECUs? Are we going to be able to change attitude with the doors in this config?
We're talking about it.
Another foot.
Okay, Jeff, and just for my paperwork, can you read me the serial numbers off the
Sure will. I'm getting ready to put away 1003.
Copy.
That's good. Stop.
Stopping.
Okay, let's drop down about 3 feet.
Going down 3.
KT, our thinking on the doors is that with this attitude, we should see a little bit of sun on them. Over the course of the next daylight pass, we think that a little bit of thermal stabilization might reduce that gap. What we'd like you to do is, at the beginning of the pass, see if you can somehow calibrate from the aft flight deck that gap at the top, and then look at it towards the middle and later in the pass and see if it seems to be reducing any. And report your results to us if you will.
Okay, Greg, we'll do that.
Doors coming open. Let me get a tether on this one, right? Okay. Shock, pull me back just a little bit.
That's about far enough.
Okay.
Thanks, Jeff.
Endeavour Houston.
Go ahead.
Not to get you spun up, but we have 6 good gyros on the telescope.
Fantastic.
Okay, I'm sorry.
There we go. All right. And we're going to have to come inboard, and you'll have to check my clearance above me.
Okay, we'll check that. The body's okay.
And for the record, this has been a very warm night pass. I've been very comfortable.
Okay.
Of course, it's been working.
And we're LVLH now, so when it gets daylight, you're going to have a different view.
Okay. Helmet lights off. 1, 2. Roll visor down.
And Jeff, I go rather slowly here because of the small clearance between the arm and the end of the array.
You bet. One more.
Can I help pull in any direction?
Yes, I think so, Story. It looks to me like if I'm just doing it at the top, I can get them to come together. So let me do that, and you hold the bottom.
Okay, let me go down. I'll go down there then. Are you ready to do the handle?
No, don't do it yet.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to try to get on the bottom bolt now. It's not closing. The doors aren't closing right. Let's try to get the bottom. Let me get the bottom coming in before you close that Story.
Okay. The bottom is engaged. All right, guys. I think we got the door closed.
Yes. And the top is engaged.
All right.
Woo.
Good work, guys.
All right. Okay.
Start with the handle bolt, right, Jeff?
Yes.
Well, good job, guys. Story, if you want to grab the PRD and get the TA.
Well, let's leave the PID on for a minute until we get everything latched up here.
Just a second, the handle bolt fell off. I'll go get it.
Well, I'm going to go and work on that Story. I have to tighten it now.
Okay, Jeff, I'll keep you up a little bit then. I locked off my guy wire. Okay, sure, thanks. And I guess you're going to position to take a handoff from Jeff, right? Sure. Yeah, sure can.
Stow that back on the board because we're going to leave that outside, right?
That's affirmative. And KT said just leave the short adjustable on the Essex if you want to.
Okay, I believe them on there.
Okay, one should be an adjustable and one a regular.
Okay.
And the telescope's now being rotated.
We see it?
Again, this will be a 180-degree rotation, basically putting the other solar array in the same position this one is in to allow for observations during the retraction process of the secondary deploy mechanism. Again, this rotation, this 180-degree rotation takes about 12 minutes or so.
Endeavour Houston, we have good elbow camera.
Roger, and Greg, that's not what's called out for the solar array retraction, but we think it gives the best view of what we're going to see.
We heartily agree. I'll copy.
Okay, plan to jettison in AM and go to a maneuver. The one that's on 3 hours 50 minutes, page 3-20, after the camera view.
Good copy. Aboard Endeavour, the Space Telescope now back up at 90 degrees, straight up in the back of the payload bay. The robot arm is being maneuvered to the extended park position. That's the position that it will remain in overnight while the crew sleeps. The crew's about an hour away from going to bed. Here in the flight control room, the planning team is wrapping up its handover and will shortly take over control of the flight.
This is Mission Control Houston. Our next television event on NASA Select will be a replay of the mission status briefing. That status briefing originally occurred at about 10 a.m. Houston time this morning. The replay of that briefing will last about an hour and will begin at 2 p.m. Central. Our replay of Flight Day 4 highlights will air again on NASA Select at 4 p.m. Central. And the crew is currently scheduled to wake up about a couple of hours after that at 5:57 p.m. Central Time. Here in the flight control room, everything is continuing to go very smoothly. We are in the process of fine-tuning the messages that will be uplinked to the crew when they wake up in about 4 hours and 15 minutes. The primary goal of this planning team shift today has been to adjust our plans for flight day number 5 to include a manual jettison of the one solar array on the Hubble Space Telescope that is not all the way rolled up. This is the solar array that when we brought the telescope into the payload bay, we noticed that one of the frames on the side, which is called a bi-stem, was kind of kinked and bent, thus distorting the solar array. Well, as part of the plan, we first rolled up the other solar array and everything went fine there. And then when we tried to roll up the second array, when we got to the biggest kink in that bi-stem, we stopped because the bi-stem itself was beginning to separate. Because we did not get that all the way rolled up, we are going to be jettisoning that solar array. And now this is a procedure that we have simulated a couple of times in pre-flight simulations, and it will be done by Kathy Thornton. Kathy will be on the end of the robot arm, and she will attach a handle to the solar array. After Tom Akers detaches the solar array from the telescope,